say, baby? You wanna dance?
'Cause girl, tonight,
Yeah.
if it takes all night,
Ooh,
we can do what
baby.
you want
Yeah. In this fast-paced world in which we live, sometimes it seems the hustle never gives. We go to work from day to day, and now we need a little time to play. Yeah.
Whatever happened to
Oh,
the thing
yeah.
that we once knew?
When all I wanted to do is spend my time with you. Now I just wanna make it like it used to be. When love was so good and we were so free. Oh yeah, so free, baby.
We were so free.
I know it used to be, baby, baby, baby.
Cause girl,
Yeah, yeah.
tonight, we can do what we
Oh
want
yeah.
tonight.
Gonna be alright, baby. Yes, it
We can do
is.
what you want tonight.
Yeah, yeah,
Cause girl,
yeah.
tonight, we can do many things
Come on,
tonight.
baby. Come on
If
now.
it takes all night,
Hey.
we can do what you want tonight.
Ooh, yeah. The mood is set. A table just for two. Our favorite restaurant, you know just how we do. The night is young, and girl, you look so fine. So glad to say that you're mine.
Going to the club, seeing all our friends.
Feeling so good, we bout to get it in. Oh yeah.
Can't hold back, gotta let it go.
The way you move your body makes me wanna explode. All right, all right, all right, all right. Oh, baby, baby, baby, baby, baby.
We can do what we want tonight.
Yeah, yeah.
You test me, baby, try and tempt me. Follow me deep into the night. Give me your hand, we'll go to Wonderland and get us a supernatural high. Whoa, I see you undressing me. Whoa, gently caressing me. need is unity. Hey, hey, hey. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Okay, good afternoon, dear colleagues. We would like to start our roundtable about support of young scientists in OIC countries between the OIC Earth Scientific Congress. And I would like to introduce our honorary guest who will take part in this roundtable, and I want to invite them to be here with us on this hall. So the first one, I would like to invite Nikita Marchenkov, Chair of a Coordinating Council for Earth Affairs in the scientific and educational spheres of a council under the President of Russian Federation for Science and Education. Okay, thank you. We would like to invite Sofia Mustafina, Deputy Minister of Earth Affairs in the Republic of Tatarstan. We would like to invite Dr. Hayat Sindhi, first woman with PhD in biotechnology in the Arab world, the UNESCO Goodwill Ambassador. We would like to invite Dr. Shahid Mahmood, Chairman of Interactive Group, Pakistan. We would like to invite Maham Yamin, Program Officer, Comtext Secretariat, Islamabad. We would like to invite Andrei Fedorov, Head of Department of Professional Education of Ministry of Education and Science of the Republic of Tatarstan. And we would like to invite a student, Mark Christopher Andre, of Institute of Management, Economics and Finance of Kazan Federal University. Dear colleagues, we will start our roundtable, and in the beginning I want to say a few words about the support of young scientists in Kazan Federal University, in the host university of this event. So I would like to ask you to put the presentation on the screen. I want to inform you that in Kazan Federal University we have a big group of young scientists. It's more than 1,000. If we speak in the numbers, it will be more than 1,400 young scientists in Kazan Federal Universities. You can see that it is representative of different institutes, and all of them take part in the research and education sphere of Kazan Federal University. Many of them has great achievements already despite of the years. And also, I want to say that young scientists today have a great input in the development of Kazan Federal University. By their hands realized more than 150 projects and in different areas, including federal, regional and international projects. You can see the numbers on this slide, and totally they give an output in the university about 1 billion of rubles. Nowadays, one of the association which take together all young scientists is a Association of Young Scientists of Kazan Federal University. And in this association we have a representative of different institutes. And in order to attract the young scientists to the Kazan Federal University, several years we have a special program of open labs. It means that any young scientist from Kazan, from our university, or from outside of the country, they can join our laboratories to start a new project and to achieve the goals and results in the education sphere and in the research sphere as well. So this is a short introduction of young scientists of Kazan Federal University, and I would like to go further to give a floor to our guests. And the first is Nikita Marchenkov. So I would like to switch to Russian language and give a question in Russian language. Nikita Vladimirovich,
Nikita Vladimirovich, today research is actively developing in Russia, and the level of the research is increasing, and the attitude to scientists, and more young people would like to become scientists in our country. And the government is undertaking a lot of measures, creating scientific research centers, advanced engineering schools. Could you please give some characteristics to this policy of the government in education? What systemic measures are there, and where they are moving to? The floor is yours. Good afternoon.
You have possibility of more professional and correct translation in your phones, as I think. Поэтому я по-русски буду говорить.
That's why I'm going to speak Russian. So, in fact, in Russia, there are a lot of systemic approaches to the support of young researchers on different levels, starting from the point of view of territorial organization, municipal, regional, federal measures of support, from the point of view of focus on the group of people who could be supported by these measures of support, such as students, doctoral students, young researchers, and already experienced researchers with supervisory groups. In this respect, it is important to stress that today we focus on a strategic of scientific technological development. This is the document which defines the priorities of technological development, long-term development by 2035. And the key aspect of this strategy, which was approved by President of our country, is that it formulates the priority spheres of scientific and educational research, which for our scientists, and first of all for young scientists, must become and are the landmarks, the basic landmarks to develop their own scientific research. Each of these challenges, there are 7 such challenges, is the combination of problems, and on the other hand, it is a combination of possibilities for young researchers. Those are the tasks which cannot be solved without science, cannot be solved only by increasing finances, but require additional scientific ideas, additional scientific developments. In fact, these are the challenges which are directly related to the social economic development and the scientific technological development, which is very important. That the developments of the scientists must appear on the shelves of the shops and must be focused on making people more qualitative. And this is the main aim of the science all over the world, in any country. The main aim of the science is to improve life of people, to make it longer, healthier. And these priorities are understandable for everyone. I can just list these priorities: development of digital technologies, new materials, challenges related to medicine, and just recent challenges of the corona, which made it quite clear how important the role of scientists is. These are challenges of food security. We all want to eat nice and healthy food. Challenges related to ecology. Modern technologies have harmful impact on the environment, and without technologies and developments in this science, it will be very difficult to recover it. Energy challenges, and it is quite clear that energy is priority for all countries, and this is also a very important task for today's research. The space research maybe is not very important for all other countries, but for us it is very important because we have vast territories and we would like to have good ability to travel over it. We need good infrastructure. We need good communication infrastructure. That's why scientific developments are very important in this sphere. So I would like to repeat that there are just 7 of these challenges. You can find them in internet, and there is the strategy of scientific and technological development, which consists of 20-25 pages. And these spheres are related to the support instruments. The largest tool is the federal scientific research programs and complex scientific research projects. These are vast sources, vast grants aimed at financing large developments and obtaining concrete products, complete products of the complete innovational cycle, starting from the idea and ending up with the commercialization of the scientific development. And we have launched 4 federal scientific technical programs. This is the program of the development of synchrotronic and protonic research, because we are doing with accelerators, and which is very close to me. What do we need it? I can give you a separate lecture, but I'm not going to speak about that in detail. The second program is the program of development of genetic technologies, and everybody understands that it's also very important. Agricultural program and ecological and climatic program. So these are large programs which have been launched. There is also a good support tool as a president's program of the scientific fund, which launched a systemic program which makes it possible to give support to scientists starting from the very beginning, where they can get personal grants up to 1.5 million rubles a year, and then they can reach the level of the head of the lab and getting the grants. Well, Mikhail Alexeyevich showed us how many such grants the Federal University gets. And it is quite accessible tool for young people. It goes without saying that the social measures of support are also very important. And here we have certain steps which we are taking so that young people stay in science. These are measures of support, providing accommodation. We know that the question of accommodation is very important for any people, not only young people, but other people all over the world, not only in Russia. And we have 3 main tools which we are developing. This is the accommodation voucher, when a young scientist, after defending his thesis, can get a certain amount of money to buy accommodation, and this program is expanding, and the amount of it has been increased 4 times, up to 1 billion rubles yearly. This is a preferential mortgage and provision of work accommodation. I also know that there are tools developed by separate regions. So in Tatarstan is a large number of tools also aimed at young scientists. That's why I think that here today we have to speak about joint priorities in scientific technological developments, which are common for our countries. And I am sure that most of those spheres I have spoken about are very important for all countries. And we can develop cooperation in these spheres and launch joint grant programs, including young scientists. Russia has such experience of launching such programs. And in the nearest future, well, practically in a week, we are having a Congress of Young Scientists in Sochi with participation of more than 3,000 people and representatives of more than 40 countries, where we will discuss the questions of international agenda and issues of joint priorities in scientific and technological development and joint projects in integration of the scientific infrastructure. It is also a very important issue because when there are a lot of scientific instruments appearing in one country, it's not feasible to invent such instruments in other countries. So we can use it jointly. For example, a big collider, which is being used by many countries and getting joint results. This is also a very nice issue which can be discussed today. Thank you. Thank you very much, Nikita Vladimirovich, for what you have told us about the possibilities, the federal possibilities. But I would also to give the floor to Deputy Minister Sofia Arkatovna. And I would like to listen to your opinion about the following issue. Yes, Tatarstan supports youth very actively, and there are a lot of organizations for young scientists and specialists. What characteristics could you give to the development of this youth policy, and how Tatarstan responds to these global challenges in this youth policy? Good afternoon, dear friends. Good afternoon, our dear guests. Thank you very much for having the possibility to be here together, and for being able to speak about the most important things for us. I would like to show you a short presentation. Oh, so I came here, I saw a lot of people, and I saw interesting faces. I would like to measure your mood and to carry out a short questionnaire. And I think that this will help us to reveal problems related to youth science. Please. Colleagues, please use this QR code. Maybe not everyone will be able to do this. So, speaking quite honestly, I have just decided to do this. That's why maybe not everyone will be able to get the access. When we have about 40 people connected to this link, we will be able to carry out a good research, qualitative. So, let's have a try. Next slide, please. Do you have a clicker just to page the presentation? So, we have to measure the mood. How do you feel? How do you feel? What do you think about the forthcoming work? So, it is perfect. 7, 8, 6.7. So you are quite in a serious mood, dear colleagues. 6.3. Currently, it is quite serious. It's working mood. Yeah, I am in the same mood. Thank you. We're going further. Can you please go further? Can you please name your sphere of research for today? Just give us the sphere, what you are dealing with, what you are involved with: biology, oil, pedagogics, Turkology, design, web design, education, and just have a look. There is pedagogic. This testifies to the fact that the most popular sphere in this audience is pedagogic. Regional studies, foreign regional studies, quite various spheres. It's nice, and I think that it will be very interesting for you to communicate and discuss the prospects in youth science. Okay, let's wait for 15 seconds to have a look. International relations, Turkology. I can see that there are a lot of, so foreign regional studies, a lot of design, linguistics, but mainly pedagogics. Okay, let's go further. Do you think that to be a scientist is prestigious? It is the main question. Perfect. So most of you think that it is prestigious, mostly well, difficult to give an answer. Someone of you thinks that no, it's not prestigious. Okay. I am very glad that in this audience, it was not by chance that people who think that it is prestigious to be a scientist come here. Okay, we can see that about 25% or 25 responses who think that it is prestigious to be a scientist, and it's about 60% of the respondents. So our time is nearly out, and we will see the outcomes, the results. Great. Can we have the next slide, please? Are you planning to relate your life to science? No. So it's quite interesting. It is prestigious to be a scientist, but I am not going to be involved in science. By the way, the problem which we revealed, the main problem, states the following. Yes, it is very prestigious to become a scientist, but unfortunately, I will not do that. I am not planning. have already been doing this, just 6 people. I think that nothing is going to change here. I have no further questions. We have seen how interesting our young people think, and our ministry, the Ministry of Youth Affairs, is very much interested in working with young scientists. And I would like to show my presentation, and I promise you to make it very short, just 3 minutes, not to take your time. Just we think that it is very prestigious to become a scientist, but we don't want to be one. And in fact, I'm going to tell you about the support to young scientists which we are implementing by our youth ministry. Just recently, there was a news that Tatarstan ranks among top 5 of national ranking of scientific technological development of the regions in 2021. And the main problems in science, in youth science, are the following: the absence of a clear legal status of young scientists, decrease of number of young people who choose doing science. You can see also in our questionnaire the low level of motivation and interest of modern young people in the scientific career, insufficient level of prestige of professional scientists in the society, and measures of social economical support. We can remove the insufficient level of prestige because most of you consider that it is prestigious, but there is the lack of measures of social support and absence of systemic character of support of scientific research. Our ministry, together with the regional movement of young scientists and specialists of Tatarstan, comprises about 20,000 young scientists. And I should say that, for example, the average age of doctors of science is 64 years, of candidates of science is 51 years. Well, what can we say about young scientists? Well, young scientists are considered to be up to 40 years. So, it stops for at the age of 35. We must understand who is a young scientist. It's not just a candidate of science and no, definitely a doctor of sciences, and it is also a large problem. That's why our ministry, together with young scientists, together with our Ministry of Education of Tatarstan, has planned a number of measures and events which we organize every year. First of all, this is the State Fellowship of Tatarstan for doctoral students and students. Yes, it's not much. It's about 3,500 rubles. It's just nothing. Nevertheless, the students are taking active part, and now we are taking applications for this fellowship. And you can submit an application, for example, on the site of University of Talents of Tatarstan. And in February, in the Day of Science, on the 10th of February, you are granted a stipend. It's a fellowship. It's very small, but it is very valuable for our doctoral students and students. Further, we should say about our most important event is a regional competition, the Best Young Scientist of Republic of Tatarstan, which has been organized since 2010. And so we have 30 winners already. It's very important to say that the competition is organized in the most important spheres which are described in the strategy of scientific development of Russian Federation. Further, we have such events in stimulating scientific research, such as annual competition of grants, where every young person can win up to 300,000 rubles to his or her scientific research, and any person starting from 18 years old can take participation in this participation and get the grant. We have also a competition of grants by the Ros Молодежи organization. They are quite different. because Rosmolodezh gives the grants up to 1.5 million rubles, or up to 1 million, or micro grants, 100,000 grants. Nevertheless, these are measures of support and stimulation of scientific research. And we understand that a youth ministry, we can work together only with the Ministry of Education and together with the Federal Ministry of Science and Education. Without them, we cannot exist within the young scientists. And the events organized by the Students' League is a number of events, such as a competition of scientific works, a Lobachevsky Conference and Forum of Young Inventors, and the annual event, which is very valuable for students. This is the Student of the Year. I think that some of you have already participated. Well, who has participated? Yes, perfect. There are people who have participated. We have a separate nomination, the Intellect of the Year, and a separate nomination of a scientific community. And here we give the possibility for the science to live. Yes, we say it is actually very important for us. We say that it's not just events related to the creative spheres, professional self-implementation. We are focusing on science. And as it was said already, improvement of accommodation and provision of accommodation for young people is one of the most important issues. That's why we also have several different social mortgages. It is a program, Young Family, and a Young Accommodation Competition of Tatarstan. More information can be found on the site of our ministry, and see whether, but the main thing is that you must not be older than 30 years. It is also very important to mention that our president, Rustam Nurgaliyevich, is very much interested in the development of science. Just recently, we carried out hearings of our program of scientific technological development of Tatarstan. And in February last year, the president gave an errand to develop the program for young scientists, which will be aimed at young scientists. Now it has been completed and it is undergoing approval. And we just don't understand whether we are part of a large program or we're developing our own program, and it is our ministerial program together with the Ministry of Education and Science of Tatarstan. This is done for systematization of the support measures, because the main problem is in systemic, non-systemic measures of support. And it's quite true. This is related to the problems and to the questions, and I understand why you have answered that you don't want to be a scientist, because you don't understand what measures of support are there. And to avoid this, the president gave an errand to develop such program, and we hope that it will be approved very soon. That's all. I'm very sorry for taking your time, but thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. And it's true that the Republic is doing a great job in the terms you see it in the slides. And after that presentation, the result that was obtained, that was achieved, and not only the science will become prestigious for you, but you'll see your future path, your future journey in that sphere. That's for you, for your future use. Now,
and I will give a floor to our international guest, Dr. Hayat Sindi. First of all, thank you very much for your coming and taking part in our Congress here in Kazan. You do a lot to make the science popular, especially among Islamic world and among women. And of course, you are very well familiar with the global situation. And I would like to ask you about what is the most important global challenges in the science and education nowadays, and how young scientists can make something to solve them, and how. So please.
Thank you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim wa salatu wa salam ala ashraf al-anbiya wal mursaleen. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me properly? Yeah. I'm very happy to be here and thank you for the invitation. Thank you very much for the question. Before I answer the question, I just going to mention my background and to answer the question. I used to work with the Islamic Development Bank for almost 5 years as a senior advisor to the President for Science, Technology, and Innovation. And I started 2 major funds. One of them called Transform Funds, $500 million, and the other one called Saving Women's Life from Cancer with the IAEA, the International Atomic Research for Nuclear Research in Vienna. So when I started this 2 fund, everybody said, you're going to fail, because we started this in 57 countries, in OIC member countries. And everybody said, you're going to fail, because our world full of a lot of problems, killing viruses, famine, catastrophe. And guess what? I received every year almost 6,000 ideas from 170 countries with their amazing ideas. So first of all, I want to say, being poor or coming from a different or not developed country doesn't mean you cannot innovate and you don't have an idea. So my answer to this question, how we can encourage more of the scientific engine in the developing country or in the world. In 2015, a new picture was illuminated by the UN. I think all of you know it, the Agenda for SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. What does that mean? It is a universal call for everyone to look after the planet. Better education system, electricity for all, health for all, and food for all. So it's a universal call to call everyone to work to better world. And to unite the vision of the scientists and policymakers. So the governments stating that they want the best technologies and the best ideas to accomplish SDGs. But how we can encourage the scientific engine, how we can have best scientists, how we can have best ideas. So from my experience, I have a few points. The first one, we need to put in our educational system social innovation. I think that's why you believe science is a prestigious, but how are you going to apply that to daily life? So SDG, when you know that 5 million children die every year from polluted water, so a lot of, especially female and young girls, geared toward to become engineer, because that's an amazing goal to unite them to tackle the pollution problem. When you know that every 50 second we lose a woman in a developing country for breast cancer, and every 90 seconds we lose a woman for cervical cancer, and sometimes the vaccine only costs $10. So you wanted to really be part of how I can be involved in science and technology innovation to save lives. When you know that electricity, not everybody, like 1.2 billion people are deprived from electricity, or people like dying every year from hunger. So that's the UN agenda can really very much set a goal, set a purpose that we can gear towards science and innovation, because without innovation, without disruptive solution, we cannot progress. We cannot, I mean, all of us here touched by innovation and science. Look around you, look what you have in your hand. You know, now my family can see me via the YouTube, but without science and innovation, think about the purpose. Think how, so social innovation, how you link science and society. And I'm going to give my talk later, how the scholars in the past look at the challenges of their own community and they address them via innovation. The second thing we need to do, get rid of the false limitation. Something that somebody say, no, you cannot do that. Engineering, not for you. You know, science, not for you. We need to do that by mentorship. So I just give you a real story. And 2 weeks ago, I was invited to a special circle. It's a 50 audience, age between 9 years old and 15 years old, young girls from international, from around the world. So I asked them 2 questions. Draw a picture of a scientist. And the second one, what do you want to be when you grow up? So 98% they draw the picture of fuzzy hair and the mustache of Einstein and his glasses. And the other two also draw a picture of Rosalind Franklin and Marie Curie. But guess what? All of them are dead. Yeah? So they don't look at, that's why we're missing a role model. We need the story of science and technology by a real people, role model, just like you and me. When I was growing up, I couldn't see somebody look like me when I want to be a scientist. So I asked my father, when I looked at Al-Khawarizmi, Ibn Sina, Marie Curie, are they really human being? And he said to me, yes. Why are you asking? I said, no one look like me. So how I'm going to be a scientist if I can see a role model around me? So we need to tell the story of science by a real model and tell the nicest stories. And the second question, when I asked them, what do you want to be? They said, I want to be a doctor because I can help people. So most women, they like to have the results quickly. But if we tell them how MRI, helping millions of people, how diagnostic, the COVID test, how saving millions of lives. Doctor, of course, an amazing thing, but also an engineer and scientist can also save millions of lives. So we need to really encourage the story of the science and technology from early age. Also, government, they don't fund creativity. I propose that creativity should be one of the topics since 5 years old or less than 4 years old to be taught in schools, just like math and reading and writing, because creativity, not just asking children to follow what you want in front of your nose, is about how to explore, how you go beyond, out of the box, and that we need government to fund creativity. Also, we need a different set of private sector, as I go to your point and Nikki's point. We need investors who believe in science and innovation is the new solution for what we have. I was in the COP27 a week ago, last week in Sharm el-Sheikh, and most people are, most of activists towards climate change are just like you, youth, because they can feel how we are dealing with our planet. They can feel what they can do to mitigate, the climate change crisis. And the last one, I wanted to encourage more women to be in a driving seat of the direction of science. Today, according to UNESCO, only 30% of the top research institute in the world, only 30% of them are driven by women. Women creativity, empathy, and emotions are the best compass for driving true innovation. I just give you one example before I end here, because I'm going to give the floor. When the airbags were invented, the most of the decision maker and all of the decision maker were all of them men. So they only created airbags for protection of the driver. But when women, being within the decision maker, they thought about the driver, and we have the air side bag. So they thought about you and the rest of the passenger. That's woman, nature. And the other example I want to mention, that when the bullets were invented by a man for protection, for defense, but the bullet shield is invented by a woman. So that's my recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's really interesting, your opinion, I think especially for young people who can go forward with your advices, and especially young women here in the room. So thank you very much again. And now we shift to the next speaker. This is Dr. Shahid Mahmoud, Chair of Interactive Group. So you have a lot of works and presentation about the development of a world, about the future, about education. And now we can see that the world became maybe less predictable. There are a lot of social medias which translate information against the science, so we're outside of scientific knowledge. So how we can make the role of science more positive and more reliable for the of generation? How we can believe in science, not in TikTok just, but in TikTok for scientific things?
Can you hear me? Thank you very much. It's indeed an honor to be in this august house in the presence of such colleagues And I think what the colleagues have done is set a perspective. Let me add for the audience how I have looked at life and why I say you all should be very, very attuned when you are sitting in this August House and you want to be future scientists and why it is needed. We have to look at the world with hindsight. So whatever we've seen in history, technology today allows us to look at stuff and give insight so that we can do a foresight, which is what is going to happen 30 years from now, what is going to happen 70 years from now. And that is how you prepare yourselves. COP27, I wish, was done 50 years earlier in the perspective of if we would have understood. But this is where the dynamics and the challenge comes. So let me throw some numbers at you, and that will give you a perspective. So if you all think that becoming a scientist is going to be your final profession, it's not going to be. You will change your profession 8 times in the next 70 years. Why you will do that is because technology is at that pace. Today, in 6 months, the microchip doubles. Today, we are at speeds. If 4G and LTE were the going speeds today, and the speed is 100, by 2030, we will have 6G, and the speed will be 1,000. We have 8 billion people today in the world, out of which approximately 60% are connected. I was amazed at the survey Her Excellency showed, because that is where the future is. The attention span of the youth is now less than a goldfish, 8 seconds. In 8 seconds, the medium, majority of the youth, young people like yourselves, are looking at videos instead of the other environments. So when you look at the technology perspective, then you look at the cultural perspective, and then you look at Earth. So we will have an Earth in the next 70 years that will be more than 80% urbanized. So when you go for urbanization, you will have completely different fields of looking at how to fuel it for energy purposes, what will be the medical sciences that will be required, and how will you manage the urban cities, as well as how will you educate people to be able to live in a conformed space. This is a challenge in itself. The first time we saw people living in confined space was in the space program, and the space program, to me, is very, very important if we have to tackle climate change. But here is the next perspective. Today, the world stands at 8 billion. In the next 70 years, the world will change. And how it will change is something that you all, and I'm glad that I can share this with you, need to understand. 40% of the world will be Africa. 42% of the world's population will be Asia. The entire of Europe will be 6%. The entire of the United States, North and South, will be 4%. And I ask people that, do you know which will be the second largest country in the world, population-wise, in the coming years, which is the next 70 years? It's not China, it's Nigeria. Top 5 countries in the world will be from Africa. And unfortunately, our entire knowledge base has been on the West. We do not understand cultures, social cultures, and how people have moved with what economic constraints. Countries like Nigeria, Somalia, Pakistan, let's take Pakistan, where I'm coming from. We will be the 5th largest nation in the world. We speak 78 languages. And to govern a country like Pakistan, the knowledge base has to be very different. But coming back to why the scientist is needed, what is going to happen, and I would share this with you from my personal experience, and I think Saudi Arabia and other nations are already looking at it, and Russia has looked at it very well, is wherever there is cheap electricity, wherever there is cheap bandwidth, and wherever there is infrastructure that allows things to move to and fro. I was sharing this with our Turkish friends, that Turkey, Istanbul, is famous as a hub for airlines is because you can fly to over 150 cities from Istanbul in under 4 hours. So people will live in places that provide cheap energy, very high speed of connectivity, because when you have metadata coming in and meta world coming in, People will be looking at people who are as smart as you are in this room. It is not easy to reach what you have reached because of your academic scores and your professions. Every profession needs somebody who's done some scientific work that is then converted as a helix. So it's academia, it's the government, and it is the industry that has to work together. And what the magic is, if you look at Wall Street today, the top 10 companies in the world, and these are companies that are richer than countries, are all tech companies. There used to be a time when the oil companies used to play, now back, some of them have come back because of the current oil situation. But cost of energy, cost of bandwidth, living standards, how do you provide cheaper living and better agriculture and ecosystem around it? That is where the new brains of the world will go and park themselves. Connectivity will allow you to be connected to whoever, whatever your team is, whichever lab you want to be, very seamlessly. And this is what you need to understand, that you need to understand future cultures. And when I said Africa will be 40%, unfortunately, and this university, I'm very glad, has a lot of linguistics. It is the most important factor to bring all the SDGs into frame, that we need to start understanding living and cultures of other societies that we have not been exposed to. It's hardly, people are now discovering Africa, people are now discovering Asian culture, but these two cultures with the connectivity and the future of the world will dictate how research is done. And research is very easy to be understood. If we are urbanizing and 80%, the entire medical world changes, the entire living standards and urbanization, city planning, which we have as a changes, how we provide basic power. And then the final one is, how do we educate people to stay creative and innovative? If we do not encourage that in our academic institutions from ground zero, this becomes a real challenge when you reach your ages. A country like Pakistan has 66% people under the age of 30. And I think this is our biggest challenge. And where I try and sit is trying to merge the academia, the industry, and the policy making. Now, this is another challenge which I would like to share with my policymakers, and I'll end there, is when technology is moving at 6 to 12 months, technology is moving and rapidly doubling itself in every 6 to 12 months. How do you keep up with policy making so that it can facilitate the ecosystem around it? And that will be the biggest challenge, and I would be the happiest man to find how do you change legislation to be competitive enough to stay current with technology changes. This, I think, the day any country cracks this with the right infrastructure will have the best scientists. I'm not saying you're not the best. I'm saying I am so fortunate to be in an august house with such learned people, and I'm here to learn and understand more. But these are a few things I would like you all to bear in mind, that that's where the world is going, and that is where we need to find the solutions. Thank you.
Now we will shift again to Russian language.
Dear colleagues, we would like to move to Russian and to give the floor to Minister of Education of Tatarstan. Today we have spoken already that Tatarstan is one of the leaders in scientific technological development. Of course, it happened due to those support measures from the ministry and other spheres. And I would like, Andrei Alexandrovich, to listen to your opinion, and to maybe you can inform us what programs are there with your ministry. Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm not going to list and stop on the federal measures of support, such as fellowships, or salaries and fellowships to the doctoral students, and grants and awards of the state. Tatarstan has always been active in all projects. As a rule, we are pilot in many spheres of development as far as the support of young scientists and scientific workers is concerned. That's why we have a lot of tools of targeted support. I would like to stop on some of them which are related to Republic directly. We start work with further scientists starting from school. Sophia has said about that we have a special program of management of talents, the University of Talents 2.0. We have more than 12,000 people of young people and school children and students who are involved in this project. In fact, it involves more of such people. This project has a lot of spheres, but there are 6 main spheres, starting from ecological support, organizing different events, which are aimed at revealing support and development of gifted children. Another project I would like to tell you about is our grant of Tatarstan Algarish, which has been implemented from 2006. It has 8 main spheres, and one of the spheres is aimed at training or internship of young doctoral students and young scientists. Well, every year about 20 young people pass internships in Russian and foreign best educational centers, and within this internship they carry out joint research, prepare materials to be published in different scientific journals, and carry out research. And I should also mention our professional education. Starting from 2014, we have been implementing the program of developing of resource centers because modern research sometimes require very expensive equipment and modern technologies. And within this project, we equipped our educational centers. We have active participation in WorldSkills project. Well, starting from 2021, we are not the members, but now we are just working out of the format of organizing in Russian Federation similar competitions of the to WorldSkills to reveal and to support our talented young people of the colleges, vocational colleges. And our republic ranks 2nd after Moscow, but we're striving to be the 1st. As our administration says that there can be any place, but no lower than the 1st one. That's why we have many different tools, many different spheres. We are not remaining still. And this year, the Republic has successfully participated in the competition of developing a world campus. We are taking part in the program of establishing advanced engineering schools, and we are going to move forward in this direction. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We are giving...
This is Maham Yamin from Comstech. So Comstech is an organization which supports the scientific and technological cooperation in Islamic world. So there are a lot of programs and initiatives about the mobility of young scientists. So what is your plans for development of this cooperation in this area of Islamic countries, and what's new projects you plan to realize, implement in the nearest future?
Thank you very much. First of all, I'm very happy to be here. This is my first time here in Kazan. And a little bit about myself. I've done my MS in healthcare biotechnology. I'm a young scientist myself, and I've been working for the past 1 year at Comstech as a program officer. And we have a lot of programs which are for the mobility of young researchers. And I actually prepared a small presentation which is with me. Is that okay if I play it? But it's in my USB.
Could you please put the presentation on the screen?
Yeah. Do you have my presentation? Okay.
just a few words before we start presentation. So I think that today we have a great look on the future by our guests. So I think for young scientists, and for me as well, it was very interesting to see what we will expect after some time about the percentage and input of different parts of the world in the development of our planet. And of course, the people who are young now will be responsible for this transformation in the future. So, yeah.
Yes, definitely. And a little bit about my work. My specialization was in virology, and I was working with Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever virus. You might have heard of it. It was it was endemic in Pakistan at one time, and it's mainly spread through animals. And then we were hit by the pandemic, and then I was working with COVID virus, and it was very difficult, to be honest, because we didn't have a lot of machinery that we needed, and but we were able to publish a patent and a few papers out of my research. You can find it online. You can search my name, Maham Yamin, and it will turn up. And then I joined Comstech as a program officer. And then I'm working with the mobility programs of young researchers. If you cannot find my presentation, I can give you my USB. Please. Okay. Sorry.
We have 1-2 minutes. Maybe you can speak a few words about Comstech in general.
Yes. Yes, sure.
Before the presentation.
Yes. So Comstech is a organ of OIC. It's the Ministerial Standing Committee on Science and Technology. And our agenda basically is to build capacity of the OIC member states. Especially, we work for the LDCs, which are the least developed countries, and we help the young researchers that are unable to continue studies in their own countries because of different reasons. For example, we have a Science in Exile program, which is for young scientists who are stuck in war-torn countries, and they're unable to continue their studies. We have a program for Palestinian people if they're unable to find a center of excellence in their relative program. And then we also have a technician training program for people in Africa, for example, if they have machinery. Just as an example, if they have like a real-time PCR machine, which is, so you need training to operate that. So we give that training to those people by placing them in one of the centers of excellence in any of the OIC member states. Thank you. So Comstech is it's headed by Coordinator General Professor Dr. Iqbal Chaudhry. I'm actually here on his behalf because he had prior commitments. So like I said, it's the Ministerial Standing Committee on Scientific and Technological Cooperation of the OIC. And these ministerial standing committees are actually the highest ranking institutions, and they are chaired by the head of the state. So Comstech is chaired by President of Pakistan. And our objectives are basically to assess the human and material resources of the OIC member states and to identify the technological needs of these states. And then we build indigenous capacities through cooperation and mutual assistance, and by several programs, which I will mention later. So these are the priority areas of the OIC Science and Technology Innovation Agenda of the next coming years. So at Comstech, we mainly focus on the 1st, 5th, and the 10th point, which is nurture the thinking mind, build a scientific culture, improve the quality of higher education and research, and enhancing intra-OIC cooperation. So besides Comstech, there are other various OIC organs such as CESRIC, ICESCO, Comsec, and then they have been made partners for the execution of these programs. So the key programs of Comstech are that Comsec, with collaboration with Islamic Development Bank, we have a fellowship training of ophthalmologists from Africa. So these are the doctors who are ophthalmologists, or they want to specialize in ophthalmology. So we give them a fellowship whereby they can spend 2 years in Pakistan, and they are trained in Center of Excellence. For example, Pakistan Institute of Ophthalmology, they act as host institutions. These fellowships are funded, and it can be a 2-year master degree program, or it can be a 2-year training program, which is the diploma. And similarly, we have short-term training courses for technicians and nurses in ophthalmology. These are general trainings in clinical refraction, standard ophthalmology, surgery protocols, etc. These are short training courses of 3 months. These are also fully funded. And then we also have this program, which is the telemedicine for ophthalmology. For example, in many LDCs in Africa, for example, Burkina Faso, Benin, and other countries which do not have access to a tertiary care hospital, we are planning to build kiosks. They are a kind of a small station where patients can go for a quick checkup. So they access the doctor in a tertiary care hospital through the internet, and the kiosk will have the facility of checking their blood pressure and taking a glucose blood sample for their blood sugar level. And so this is for basically for people who live in rural areas or remote sites, and to connect them to a tertiary care hospital through the internet. And we also have a Science in Exile Fellowship program, like I was mentioning earlier. It's for people who are stuck in war-torn countries. Then we have research fellowships for LDCs, least developed countries. So we have virology, vaccine, fellowships for virology and vaccine technologies. As you know, that this is one of the regions which has been the importance of this has been highlighted after the recent pandemic. So, the scientists who are keen to learn more about virology and vaccine technologies, they spend 3 months in one of the OIC countries in a center of excellence. And then for the Palestine nationals, like I was mentioning earlier, and then the technician training program, I also talked about this earlier. So far, in my 1 year at Comsec, we have placed about 24 candidates from different OIC member states like Azerbaijan, Egypt, Gambia, Indonesia, and Yemen, and they have been placed at, these are the Center of Excellence in Pakistan. These are the higher education institutions, and they are top-ranking universities. And through this program, the host institution provides suitable monthly stipend and accommodation to these fellows, and Comsec covers the airfare. So the Comsec Consortium of Excellence is it's a group of key academic science and technology engineering research institutions of the OIC member states. We have signed an MOU with these organizations, and they serve as host organizations for these fellows. And then we also give, at the end, once or twice a year, we give awards to the scientists who have done outstanding research. And these awards are given mostly in the STEM fields. And they are presented by the President of Pakistan, and they also have a cash prize of up to $5,000 US. So you can look these up. You can, on our website, we have the information of the outstanding scientists who have received these awards, and you can read about their work. And we also have a distinguished scholar programs whereby we invite excellent scholars from all over the country, from all over the world, and they come to Pakistan and they visit higher education institutions to explore venues of collaboration, and they also give public lectures. And this initiative was started to showcase their prowess in the field internationally, and this would allow other countries to learn from trained eminent scientists and engineers. And we have also initiated this at the STI profiles, the Science and Technology Innovation Profiles of the OIC member states. We prepare a summarized version of science, technology, and innovation profile of each of these member states. There are 57 OIC member states, and we have so far compiled 17, and we're working on more. You can also look these up. It's on our website. So Comstech has great facilities. We have computer labs. We have a huge auditorium, probably as big as this one. And we also have a guest house facility for the scientists and researchers who visit Pakistan through our fellowships. And all of these, the fellowships, the events that I mentioned, they're all available on our website and our Twitter handle, as mentioned here. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for detailed presentation of Comstech. And now we come to the final presentation, and of course it will be from student. After all our experts, we give a word to a student, international student of Kazan Federal University. Mark Kiro Christopher Andre will give information about his achievement in the research areas in Kazan Federal University, how it was supported by university, and about special student club chapter, Polymeria, which was opened to support the research activity of international students in our university. So the floor is yours. Just one point, can you have 5 minutes, no more?
Okay. Yeah, my name is Christopher. So I came from Guatemala. I'm a fourth-year student. I'm studying environmental engineer and water use. So actually, about Polymer, I will tell you a little bit. So it's for everyone who wants to join us, and also to let you know what we do in Polymer Student Scientific Group. So our slogan is the world through our eyes, so that we can understand that actually it's really important, as well as all of us that we today talk, is that the science and all the research that we do are really important for us. And we as students, as a young people, we can change our world. So about the project, I will tell you a little bit. So actually this group, scientific group for students, is new. Started in May 2021. So, and of course, we understand we have like almost 1 year. And in this short period, we already get awards as the best student scientific group in KFU. The other one is that for us, it's really important, as I said, that that all the scientific investigations that we do, all the potential that all the students have is really important. So we are proud that we have this group, that we make scientific investigations. We make like a different conference. So we make like different meetings, and we talk about different scientific research and a lot of different topics. So our goal is to engage international students in research works as one of the most important elements of linguistics and social-cultural integration of students. Also, we have like 4 objectives. One of them is like to provide conditions for unity of students who are interested in creating research activities. So if actually the student and all of the students of the university are interested in international research, scientific research, so this area, this place, this group can help you to achieve your goals. Also, we have different forms of scientific club activities. It can be, for example, developing cooperation with similar student organizations in Russia, on a board, and also we try to perfect our skills in, it can be like public skills, it can be also like how to write different articles. So it's like in general to get a new knowledge and put our knowledge that we get in university in practice. The main events, because we have like in all this year that I'm talking to you, we have, for example, global environmental challenges of our time. That is something that really important. The second one is international relations during the COVID-19 pandemic. Women's role in politics. So actually, all women are really important for us, as well as she said, Like it's really, really important. Also Russia and Africa in 21st century. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your brief but very certain report. Yes, I think it was very interesting to get experience from the representative of young people. So, dear colleagues, our round table practically is closing, and in the end, I just want to make some summary. Today, we have a lot of experts on the floor, really very famous international, regional, and federal experts, and we speak about the science and technology development of Russia, of Tatarstan, and of the world. We speak about career for young people, and of course we speak about the global vision, and from global vision we go to the future, and of course this future is will be if we have good cooperation, especially good cooperation between students and young people. So in the end I want to say good luck to you, to your development, and I believe that these young people who are in this audience will make our world better. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all the speakers today. Now we have a 10 minutes break, and after that will be a panel session. Thank you very much again.
Say, baby, you wanna dance? 'Cause girl, tonight, yeah. If it takes all night, ooh, we can do what you want tonight. In this fast-paced world in which we live, sometimes it seems the hustle never gives. We go to work from day to day, and now we need a little time to play. Yeah. Whatever happened to yeah. We once knew, when all I wanted to do was spend my time with you. Now I just wanna make it like it used to be, when love was so good and we were so free. Oh yeah, so free, baby. We were so free. I know you still need, baby, baby, baby. Yeah, yeah. We can do what we want tonight. Gonna be alright, baby. Yes, we can do what you want tonight. Yeah, yeah, yeah. 'Cause tonight we can do many things tonight. Come on, baby. Come on now. If it takes all night, we can do what you want tonight. Ooh, yeah. The movie says a table just for two. Our favorite restaurant, you know just how we do. The night is young, and girl, you look so fine. So glad to say that you are mine. Going to the club, seeing all our friends. Feeling so good, we about to get it in. Oh yeah. Gotta hold back, gotta let it go. The way you move your body makes me wanna explode. All right, all right, all right, all right. Oh,
Wait a minute, one of the youngest? Millennial City? Is it really that young? Yes, you are not mistaken. Like all young people, it's full of energy, constantly changing and thriving. And it is in search, like people who live here. This is Marat, and he is constantly searching for new style through which he can fully express himself. His dream is to organize a festival of contemporary choreography that will be known everywhere in the world. Go ahead, Marat. Kazan has your back. This is Leah. It seems she's found her style, but she's still searching for the right color and shape and places for her works. That's why she is exploring contemporary art spaces in search of perfect one for her own exhibition. This is Maria. She is a child psychologist. Is she in search of anything? Yeah, of new goals. That's why she is taking part in a marathon. And she is training at public sports places to stay in tune with the rhythm of Kazan. Well, a sound mind in a sound body. This is Bulat. He graduated from one of Kazan universities and now has his own startup company and a big team around the world. So, Bulat is looking for new insights that will take his company to a whole new level. This is Islam. He has been writing music for over 10 years now, is looking for new sounds for Tatar ethnical music. He explores Kazan in search of inspiration to perform at local music festival. Good luck, Islam. Young people make our city alive. It's their fresh ideas and creative energy that make Kazan a city where people embrace traditions and search for new ideas. Let's build our shared future together. Welcome to Kazan.
Dear friends, I'm glad to welcome you to the hospital land of Tatarstan and the capital city, Kazan. This year's agenda is really full of different exciting events related to the international program Kazan OIC Youth Capital 2022, and we still have a couple of them ahead, but right now we are on OIC Youth Scientific Congress that will be held on 23rd November in our capital city, Kazan. The Congress aims to create an international cooperation platform for the formation of prerequisites for the sustainable development of international cooperation in the scientific field with the OIC region. The Congress will focus on the urban studies, modern technologies in education, petroleum engineering technologies, and current research in medicine. More than 1,400 people from 54 countries of the world took part in the application campaign for the Congress. 150 delegates passed the selection stage for their portfolios and creative achievements. The delegates were 18 35-year-old scientists, researchers, innovators, and academicians of the Russian Federation and the OIC countries. The outcome of the event will be the publication of the materials of the Youth Scientific Congress of the OIC countries with the abstract of the participants. The OIC Youth Scientific Congress is organized by the Ministry of Youth Affairs of the Republic of Tatarstan and the Islamic Cooperation Youth Forum, in partnership with the Academy of Youth Diplomacy, Academy of Creative Youth of the Republic of Tatarstan, Tatarstan Republic Youth Public Foundation Selet, and finally, Kazan Federal University. And right now, let me please introduce our dear speakers and invite them to the stage. So please welcome Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Tatarstan, Ms. Leila Fazleyeva. We move on. Please welcome Minister of Youth Affairs of the Republic of Tatarstan and our moderator of our plenary session, Mr. Timur Suleimanov. First, Vice Rector for Research of Kazan Federal University, Mr. Dmitry Tayursky. Vice Rector for International Affairs of Kazan Federal University, Mr. Timirkhan Alishev. Director General of the ICYF Cabinet, Mr. Yunus Sönmez. First woman with PhD in biotechnology in the Arab world, UNESCO Goodwill Ambassador, Dr. Hayat Sindi. Chairperson of the Coordinating Council for Youth Affairs in the Scientific and the Educational Spheres of the Council under the President of the Russian Federation for the Science and Education, Dr. Nikita Marchenkov. And finally, scientific advisor at the Center for Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training for Islamic Countries, Dr. Kenan Bakchi. Timur Javdetovich, the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Suleiman. Dear friends, dear guests,
dear brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Nice welcoming you here in Kazan, the capital of the Republic of Tatarstan and the OIC youth capital. I'm very glad to welcome representatives from more than 20 countries who came here to Kazan to share your experience, to share ideas and minds concerning international relations on not just youth affairs, but on the scientific agenda, the topic that should strengthen our society, our community, and our civilization. And let me start from the welcoming speech from our honorable hosts. We are very thankful to Kazan Federal University because you're always welcome on great scale international events dedicated to youth, dedicated to science. Excellency Dmitry Tayursky, first Vice Rector for Research of Kazan Federal University. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Dear distinguished guests, dear colleagues, dear participants, I'm a little bit frustrated in which language I have to say. Like I can speak in English, in Japanese, in Russian. I would like to prefer the speak in Russian. Дорогие коллеги,
dear colleagues, dear participants of the forum, it's our great pleasure to welcome you in the Kazan Federal University, one of the oldest universities of Russia. Last week we celebrated our 218th anniversary, and at the final gala evening, one idea came to my mind, kind of a joke, that we came of age in our third century, in the third centennial period. We for the third time in a row, we became 18 years old. The whole world now is living through quite a turbulent time, and it is related to the situation that the humanity is not ready for those drastic changes that are taking place not only in the technological sphere, in the sphere of interaction of a human being with a nature, but in the sphere of social relations, in the politics, international relations, and many others. And it's not accidental that United Nations organization came up with the Sustainable Development Goals, with the SDGs, being quite aware of the fact that without very thorough, comprehensive analysis and scrutiny of the processes going on nowadays, and without understanding that sustainable development is not possible without some specific decisions, we should take certain steps. And that's why they came up with these SDGs. And who came up with these objectives and with these goals? Of course, it's up to young scientists. Scientists that, I don't want to be offensive towards those aging scientists. They have this broad vision. They are thinking out of the box for this sometimes rational thinking, making decisions in these certain discrepancies, in these when the situation is still fluid, and for these brave, very daring decisions. In that terms, the Organization for Islamic Cooperation is playing a pivotal role. And many young scientists, scholars, researchers from the Islamic countries are working around the globe, and both in the, in United States, in European countries, in Russia as well, and many other countries. And the decision and the way, the solution for these tasks, it's your responsibility. You will live in this world that you are building now. And that is why I would like to wish you all present at this forum always keep up with the trend of innovations, solutions and decisions that match the time. We don't know what the future will bring, but we're sure that we'll be ready to address those challenges and those goals that will be set in front tomorrow. So that is why I would like to wish you good luck, creativity, good health, commitment to bring to life everything that you are incepting. Welcome to the Kazan Federal University. Thank you very much, Dmitry, dear professor. We have your colleague, Timirkhan Alishev, who will share his vision and the experience of Kazan Federal University in terms of the international cooperation. I would like to reiterate my thanks to all the partners of this event, and specifically pinpoint and express gratitude to our international partners who are members of this ecosystem of Islamic cooperation. The Center for Statistics and Economic Studies for the Islamic countries, CESTRIC, the Permanent Committee for Technological Cooperation, COMSTEC. I would like to thank you for this cooperation. We're absolutely confident that this Congress will become a stepping stone for long-term, fruitful projects. I would like to enumerate the countries that are participating in our Congress: Azerbaijan, Bangladesh, Burkina Faso, Egypt, Indonesia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Morocco, Mozambique, Malaysia, Nigeria, Pakistan, Tajikistan, Turkey, Tunisia, Saudi Arabia, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Uganda, and the Russian Federation. So let's give a round of applause to all the participants. We have a very broad representation, and we hope that this result will be as good as beneficial and pleasant, and you would enjoy not only the scientific program but your stay in Kazan. And I would like to give the floor to the chairperson of the organizing committee of the Kazan OIC Youth Capital, my mentor and my supervisor, Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Tatarstan, Leila Fazlieva. Good afternoon, dear guests, participants. Good afternoon, dear young scientists. It's our great honor and privilege to welcome you in Kazan Federal University. We welcome you in the city of Kazan, the OIC Youth Capital. We welcome you in the Republic of Tatarstan, and we welcome you in the Russian Federation. We are very happy to see you here. Thank you. Thank you all for your commitment to addressing those problems that the whole humanity is challenged with. It is the young scientists, together with their mentors and supervisors, will always find a way how to solve the most difficult, the most challenging problem that the humanity is faced with, the most difficult problems that the nature set in front of the human being and people that are setting the tasks in front of each other. I would like to wish all of you incredible, vivid, really brilliant scientific career. I would like to wish each and every fulfillment of your dearest dreams as scientists. I would like to wish all of you outstanding and amazing mood while staying here in the Republic of Tatarstan. And yes, we have the project office of the OIC Youth Project Office, we staged just wonderful forum dedicated to Kazan OIC Youth Capital. We had a wonderful cultural forum of the Islamic countries, and we can, thanks to these meetings and congresses, conventions, share most interesting and captivating ideas. And the answers to the most challenging questions could be found in the communication, not in the history of one specific nation, but in this collaboration. I would like to wish you establish this interpersonal communication that will help us to find the ways and the answers to the most challenging issues. Welcome to Kazan, welcome to Tatarstan, welcome to Kazan Federal University, and we hope that the land of Tatarstan will become the place of power, of the place that will help you bring your dreams come true. Thank you very much, Leila and Adnan.
With me, if I say that partnership is based not only on mutual interest, but on trust. And this personal relations, I think, might be one of the results of this 2-3 days staying in Kazan. And I think that this was one of the reasons why OIC Youth Forum has decided 1 year ago to nominate Kazan as the OIC Youth Capital. Because this year, it's 1100th anniversary of adoption of Islam in the Republic of Tatarstan and Russian Federation in general. So for the first time in the history of this international program, OIC Youth Capital, city from known OIC country has been nominated as the winner. And I would like to introduce a good friend of mine, our colleague, our partner, the head of cabinet of the Islamic Conference Youth Forum. Yunus Sönmez, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Leila Fazliyeva, dear our friend and His Excellency Minister, Mr. Timur Süleymanov, our vice directors, panelists, and young scientists, thank you very much. Since nobody is just reading their text, I will just use this opportunity to speak freely. Thank you for hosting us in this marvelous, great city, Kazan, in Tatarstan, full of history, full of culture, and we are always happy to be here in Kazan under your hospitality. Thank you a lot. What we are doing in ICYF is actually, since its beginning, we are just taking young people together who have the same interest on one field, and then we are just organizing networks. This gives us a great power to solve the problems of the current day in the world. We just take many young people who can see the world from different perspectives. They are sharing their ideas, they are putting their projects, and at the end, we believe we are reaching a reasonable solution. Here today, I believe there are many young scientists friends who are going to just spend 3 days here. It might seem a little bit short time for everyone, but at the end, you will see that you will contact with your friends after you left Kazan, and you are going to study on your fields, at your fields, with these friends. With your permission, Mr. Minister, I can give this example, I think. Mr. Minister was also an attendant of the ICYF program long time ago, and that's how we created a network. And now we see these results, useful results, for not only for Kazan, not only for Tatarstan, but for the whole world, for the OIC geography. Again, I would like to thank University of Kazan and Tatarstan, Republic of Tatarstan, starting from His Excellency, Mr. President, and all his team and ministers. And I wish a good program for all the participants. Thanks a lot. Have a nice day.
Thank you very much, Yunus Bey. Thank you for your kind words. And yes, actually, President of Tatarstan, Rustam Minikhanov, is involved himself in each of the events. And because one of the reasons, of course, is that he is the chairman of Russia OIC strategic group. And there are many events that were organized this year in Kazan as the capital of OIC world, and of course in the framework of the anniversary of adoption of Islam. Actually, the role of person in any field is very extremely important, and I'm very happy and very glad to give the floor to Your Excellency, Her Excellency Hayat Sindhi, first woman with PhD in biotechnology in the Arab world, UNESCO Goodwill Ambassador, and inshallah, a good friend of the Republic of Tatarstan, because today in the morning, Excellency Leila Fazlieva, they talked and already planned some joint work and projects together. Please, the floor is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. Your Excellencies, Presidents and distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and the future as well, I call you the future. Thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this important gathering. Today I want to talk to you about the role of science in the Islamic world, how it contributed to our scientific foundations and can guide our communities today, and how East and the West can tweak science together and solve our most challenging problems like SDGs. Modern science can be traced back to the Islamic civilization, beginning in the 8th century. Arab, Asian, Persian, Indian, and Greek civilization contributed, producing a fountain of intellect and energy. The foundation of our civilization today. Science had a role in the early Muslim world. It was part of a scholarly activity to read, to learn, to know, and to act upon that knowledge. In the Islamic Golden Age, around 750 AD, we were lucky to have Islamic scholars who integrate knowledge and learn quickly. Great minds have contributed in mathematics, physics, chemistry, and medicine, earth sciences, and even environmental sciences. These Islamic scholars were polymaths, integrated science with society to get positive outcomes. They understood science and policy and people's need, their inventions feeding life. My humble view is that 3 important study areas helped this golden age happen. Mathematics and numbers. They allow us to predict the motion of the planets, estimate when building material will fail, and countless other valuable insight for humanity. Second, physics and optics. They bring us an understanding of the world and the pictures we steer by. Medicine and chemistry concentrate on biological molecules that control the operation of our body, potentially preserving life. So our Islamic scholars made amazing leaps forward that opened doors hundreds and thousands of years later in Middle East, Europe, making a better world for us. To help convey their activities, here are 3 examples of scholars. I should mention they are also my scientific heroes. I looked up to them. I will start with numbers and Al-Khwarizmi contributions. He wrote the compendious book of calculation by completing and balancing, showing how to balance and solve equations. A critical step to working with equation, effectively shaping modern maths, science, and engineering. Fairness in trade and inheritance stimulated this activity, but it was the beginning of equations in physics and math books of today. He started the Arabic system of numbers and was the first to describe the concept of zero. He created a map of the world synthesizing 70 geographers. Workers later this became the reference for the West's geographical knowledge. He invented the shadow square, an instrument for measuring an objective's height. He's important in indicating by naming the computing term algorithm after him. For me, developing calculation alongside people's practical problems showed his strong community focus. Now let's move to healing our bodies and the inside of Avicenna. Some of his capability came from a powerful memory, learning the Quran by heart only age 10. He repeated his learning ability with medicine, becoming a qualified medical doctor at 18 years old. What set him apart was learning from patients directly. He then wrote several books on medicine, such as Al-Qanun, fi al-Tibb, or Laws of Medicine, which comprises 14 volumes. This was used as a standard medical textbook in both Europe and Islamic Empire up until the 17th century. He brought us the Book of Healing, which is a discussion on logic, natural sciences, mathematics, and metaphysics. In total, he is believed to have written an incredible 400 works, of which 250 have survived, all while being a generous community doctor who often didn't charge. Now, the first true scientist, Ibn al-Haytham, and I believe that title. It's clear from his writings, truth was his driver. He actually defined scientific thinking, which is a huge contribution when we consider what we have done with science. He made a fundamental contribution to understanding vision, optics, and light. His method celebrated experiment to verify theories and reject misleading ones. To explore light and vision, he used a dark chamber he called al-Bayt al-Muslim, the camera device for photography. He concluded vision is from rays entering the eye from luminous sources rather than rays from eye, as was commonly believed. He also found the soul, which he derived from a thought experiment. This involved floating man disconnected from his senses. He had become scientific giant with a huge imagination powering experiments. Society is important to our scholars and the willingness to do good things. Here people mention their problems directly, and using methods based on scientific truths, the scholars produce consistent results. Back then, our early scientists, our scholars, were immersed in society. Working on the puzzle they enjoyed, it made sure inventions were created along with the support of scientists. This was not a flashy type of science, but a real science where they listened directly to the community, too many times repeated. How and where the Islamic scholar adding this value? Please look at this diagram. The scholar added value through a triangle of innovation. Scholars' formidable imagination fueling ideas, the resulting inventions and products and benefits, improving the standard of life, providing a better environment to perform science. This is why this period was the golden age. Science was being seeded, and with the translation of Islamic scholars' word, that wisdom spread across the world. The scholars always put experiment first. They led this open-minded experiment and followed with corresponding theories that didn't trap them. They were open to them being changed. This perspective led to the sum of the best inventions. Here are some examples of the early inventions we know of. These core inventions have remained in our daily life. Of course, it changed, but it is still the same breakthrough. The camera in our phones, the scientific methods supporting research around the world, disinfectant allowing us to control harmful microbes in our environment, chromatography used every day in the financial transactions, coffee roasting to develop that unique flavor people enjoy, solving equation for all of engineering, and the horizontal windmill, which contribute to the work irrespective of wind direction, and this type of invention fueled with continue thanks to Islamic scholars' method of science. So their imagination was powered in the golden age. Even flight was attempted in the 9th century by Abbas ibn Firnas. But I have to say, in my search for answers, what surprised me was finding no scholar of electricity. Electricity is a fundamental to nature, and without it, modern society would instantly collapse. We don't have any evidence for it in any books, but batteries were definitely found in Baghdad. The battery have a copper cylinder and a central iron rod, amazing. These could have been used for electroplating or lighting. I think scientific historians need to recognize we have incomplete stories. We must be open to possibility in early Islam that early Islamic scholars produced electricity, but documentation of the electricity story was lost. That loss could have had an impact on the timing of these 4 modern 20th century innovations that depend on electricity. If our ancestors had had Islamic electricity theory, civilization could have moved faster, and maybe today we could have reached the stars. This reminds me, electricity is still young, and this is an open question for you, and a really important knowledge to cultivate. Let's now shine a light on today and tomorrow and think about science and us. For today, at personal level, are we really fitting science and technology to us to make a better life? Or are we being sold what we don't need? With big companies influencing us, basically technology that leads to ill health, I think everyone has their point of view, but I'm sure if we walk an Islamic scholar from a golden age, they may not conclude science is working for us. Now let's broaden the beam for today at a global level. Science and sustaining planet Earth is a major importance. This needs a powerful sustainability policies related to SDGs, linking countries together for clean energy, environmental regulation, and so on. So today, scientific challenges are uniting us, but we mustn't forget the obvious. Engineering good homes, supporting travel, building relationships, and learning science. Take a look at these scientists working in our society. Who is the true scientist? Which are the best scientists? There is no right answer, but I just want you to consider that scientists pointing in the right direction will not be isolated in the labs. They are separated from the world here. I believe existing in the lab alone is a wrong image. Instead, we need community-based scientists too. To help develop this social dimension to science, we need action on social innovation. Now, by definition, social innovation is a novel solution to a social problem, more effective, just efficient, and sustainable than current solutions. The right science and talented change agent can turn things around, and I'm glad to see increasing social innovation education with the great courses in place at the best university, as I heard today from Her Excellency. This give us a better chance for science to touch all families and communities, so we tweak science with wisdom from the golden age. turning our attention to future scientific trends that may indicate what we want as society. First, let's consider clean energy. At the present, optimizing today's clean energy is insufficient for people's energy needs. So despite green technologies such as wind turbines, solar power, and energy from the sea, the world still depends on fossil fuels and nuclear power. As an alternative, I would like to flag abundant energy is all around us, is natural energy. Motion within atoms, with the right technology, this could become the ultimate clean energy source. Further, empty space itself is full of energy. This is established science. So we're just missing the right technology to collect it. Please stay open to this possibility as our Islamic ancestor would have done. Less controversial than this free energy is the trend to develop technology for life extension. I know will probably not a good idea to live forever for the sake of the community, but conquering disease, regenerating body, and making cells strong again is a great way to remove suffering. This is a remarkable new industry building here. Take conquering viruses like COVID and challenging cancers or genetic disease. Now we can program the immune system against viruses. We can program the immune system to fight specific tumor. We can program DNA through the CRISPR technology to remove genetic diseases. This technology is all about tweaking information, e-programming the human body to compact disease, all in add to quality of life and to lifespan. So watch the space. If we are talking of the most certain future, that would be robotics and artificial intelligence, saving us from a labor and household chores. However, we need to think how to deal with it. Robots that do what people want is a game changer, but we will need to regulate it and make sure that we maximize the benefit. Today, robots are infants, and we have the opportunity to fit to our needs. Soon, these machines will exceed human intelligence because computer chip power keeps increasing. There is a clear evidence from this curve. I believe there will be a transformation in society with mobile intelligence machines, robots amongst us. I think we will have the advantage when it comes to imagination, though. So looking to the future, we will need the compass of science probably aligned to make sure it's serving our families and communities. Let's now pause and consider how East and the West work together to better future. And where in this trend do we need more scientific strength? Personally, I would like to highlight the clean energy problem as the most important for our planet. Low-cost clean energy creates fresh water from the salt water, hold the global warming, restore services to part of the developing world, and so on. To solve this type of big problem, I think theories are limiting the technology of East and the West. This problem applies particularly to theories we are too confident about. The action for East and the West is to first review all theories and possibly reject them. Second, retrieve inventors without formal training. This action is important for breaking away from past. In this instance, their thoughts are not colored, helping them to see problems fresh. Hence, inventors are not bound to any institutions or idea as part of their career, may be a fantastic resource of untapped inventions. I think the East and the West need to act together to start collecting information about these non-institutional inventors. History has shown idea can occur in the most unlikely places. You don't have to come from great university or great lab. You know, being poor doesn't mean you cannot invent. So local community are capable of making amazing breakthrough. For electromagnetism, for example, Faraday did his experiment and Maxwell analyzed them over 100 years ago. For engineering product, it's great, but deep level are not understood. We don't know until now how magnets work. We need to be truthful about the limits of theories, so I propose keep stretching your imagination until we solve it. A flag that we are wrong is the physics of very big thing, general relativity, and the physics of the very small thing, quantum mechanics. They contradict one another. They are wonderful theories, again, for engineering calculations. For example, for general relativity, we can precisely predict the bend of light beam around a star or the slowdown of ticking clocks in a strong gravity. For quantum mechanics, we can calculate energy levels for the electrons in atoms very precisely, but they don't do a good job understanding how gravity or how atoms work. If anyone knew about limitation, Einstein did. He was honest about it. He is less certain of his theory than everyone else. He says there is no concept of his that he thinks will stand the test time. So please don't believe theoretical boundaries like the speed of light. That's what the theory says. Reality is a different thing. And now we stepped into space with 3 commercial companies pushing to space. The public pathway to space now open. It's early days, and the price will come down. The technology will get better. One day, I believe we will break the speed of light and travel to stars through the eye of an Islamic scholar. Ibn al-Haytham says that if learning the truth is a scientist's goal, then he must make himself the enemy of all that he reads. So to get to the future, we make science work for us. We need to be open to amazing mechanisms, and now with physics law can be broken. So don't be trapped by them. Only the imagination can see the future. So while I cannot predict what boundaries will be broken, what I believe I can predict that is with virtually everything born of science, from sustainability, from healthcare, artificial intelligence, and so on, can come all together to help us. What we need to do, as our forefathers would have done, is to fit science to our needs. Overall, my recommendation is we encourage the relationship between Islamic society and science that began in the 8th century, and engage a stronger bond between science, technology, innovation, and our social needs that we lack. And industry must not steer us too much. It's community that counts. Ultimately, with policies encouraging breathtaking science, the sky is the limit. And with the connection to our neighbors throughout the world, we will be fit for our future challenges and seeking the scientific truth in a way that Ibn al-Haytham suggested. Please put experiment first. Today, there is a tendency for experiment to follow theory. With theory laws blocking our vision and creativity, we need to tweak that and be open to the other insights. Theory laws are for breaking, for challenging, to solve challenging problems like poverty, like COVID or next killer virus, like global warming, and allow civilization to progress. Also, finally, we must remind ourselves of our scholar holistic views and ensure we don't let old ideas and theories spoil our imagination and let free the fuel. That's the full potential of science. Thank you very much for your
Excellency. I think what's important here is creating new opportunities for relations between young scientists and elder ones, experts, but also among institutes and institutions. And I'm very happy to invite to sign the MOU between Kazan University and OIC Youth Forum, Excellency Dmitry Tayursky and Yunus Sönmez.
As Mr. Timur Suleimanov said, we are pleased to invite the first Vice Rector, Rector for Research of Kazan Federal University, Dmitry Tayursky, and the Director General of the Cabinet of the Islamic Cooperation Youth Forum, Yunus Sönmez. We are signing the Memorandum of Understanding between Kazan Federal University and Islamic Cooperation Youth Forum. The aim of the memorandum is to enhance the cooperation between Kazan Federal University and Islamic Cooperation Youth Forum. The Memorandum of Understanding has been signed The Memorandum of Understanding has been signed on November 21st, 2022 in the city of Kazan.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Maybe a couple of words about further plans to collaborate, and with these words we will finalize our first part and then continue with the second. Please.
Okay, I guess this MOU will give us opportunity to expand our collaboration, our exchange between young researchers, between new ideas from Islamic world. Today we had a great lecture of Ms. Sinza about great history of Islamic science. It was my dream for a long year ago to introduce such kind of special course for the student about the golden age of Islamic science here in Kazan University as well. And what we see today we see that our young researchers have opportunity to exchange the ideas, exchange the visions about the future. That's why it's very important for us to have such kind of MOU in order to just have the initial step for the future expansion, for the future prosperity of our collaboration, of our exchange, and for our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's also a great privilege for us to sign this Memorandum of Understanding with this Kazan Federal University, which is a historical university. And we know in many fields they have really good scholars and students, and we will be happy to facilitate these scientific exchange programs and involve their experts to our programs and feel their support in ICWF programs. Thanks a lot again for the university for this partnership.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I know that OIC unites 56 countries, so please support us in strengthening these relations with all of them. And Excellency Hayat Sindi, of course, with Saudi Arabia, inshallah, we will strengthen our joint plans. Уважаемый Дмитрий Альбертович, Лейла Ринатовна.
Dear Professor Tayursky and Ms. Leila Rinatna, thank you for joining us at this opening ceremony. We will continue our session, but now we would like to thank you for your participation. Can we proceed?
Уважаемые
Dear guests, we have a video welcoming from the Islamic Culture and Arts Research Center, IRSICA. And I would like to ask our technical team to play back the
Arts Research Center, Irsika, please.
It is a pleasure to greet you on the occasion of this OIC Youth Scientific Congress. I would like to reiterate my sincere congratulations to the Russian Federation, the government of Tatarstan, and the Ministry of Youth Affairs, the city of Kazan, and the people of Tatarstan for the selection of Kazan as the OIC Youth Capital 2022, as well as the present Youth Scientific Congress as part of the commemorative occasions deployed for this event. I would like to begin by expressing my admiration for the stated purpose of this Congress, which is to establish an international dialogue platform to sustainably enhance and develop international scientific collaboration between the OIC member states. Through a focus on the subtopics of urban studies, modern technologies in education, petroleum engineering techniques, and the current research in medicine, I am confident that there will be solid networks established through the participation of the Congress, which will foster greater partnership and collaboration in these research fields. It is my sincere hope that the interdisciplinary dialogues and exchanges that will happen throughout this Congress will lead to deeper understanding of the problems that face us in this day and age, while also facilitating more holistic and sustainable solutions to ensure that you, the youth, are able to live in a better world, and that your successors, of course, have the same opportunity as well. Part of my duties at Irsika, the Research Center for Islamic History, Art and Culture, is to promote, encourage and stimulate the scientific curiosity of and educational opportunities for young scholars, teachers, professionals, artists and cultural workers in the fields of history, art and culture. While these areas might not seem particularly relevant to the fields of medicine, oil and gas technologies, or even education in a direct manner, from a civilizational standpoint, everything is interconnected. The sustainable and respectful application of medicine and development of various technologies cannot be accomplished without an awareness of the ethical and cultural tenets of the various communities among the OIC member states. History is necessary to avoid the mistakes of the past and the plan for the future. Diverse cultures must be understood to ensure peaceful coexistence and collaboration, and art is a common language that can be built upon and applied to all areas of life. With this in mind, I look forward to the results of this Congress in forming interdisciplinary bridges that will allow deeper and more holistic opportunities for partnership among our various disciplines and organizations. Once again, welcome, and I wish all success to the Congress. Thank you for your attention.
For this partnership with Irsika, and we have one more partner, which is the Center for Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training for Islamic Countries. And I would like to give the floor to the Scientific Advisor of CESRIC, Dr. Kenan Bakci, to welcome speech on behalf of the Director General of CESRIC, please.
Thank you very much, Excellency. I have also a speech, but we have a mixed tendency towards having free speech or reading the statements.
As you feel free to do the way you think is best.
We would like to thank you very much for inviting CESRIC to this highly vigorous event, bringing brilliant minds from diverse regions of the Islamic countries. As you introduced, I am representing Director General of CESRIC, Mr. Nabil Dabour, who could not attend this meeting due to his other commitments. So CESRIC is the Statistical, Economic, Social Research Center of the Islamic countries. We mainly mandated to collect and disseminate statistical data and information on OIC countries, prepare and submit some technical background reports to the different OIC fora, and conduct training and technical cooperation programs for the OIC member countries. Since we are a research center, so I brought some data and statistics regarding the youth population in OIC countries. So currently we have around 350 million youth in OIC countries, which is now currently below 30% of global youth population. But over the next few decades, we expect the OIC countries to account more than 1/3 of global youth population. This, of course, represents a significant demographic potential for the OIC countries for their socioeconomic development, but also there are some challenges if this potential cannot be effectively utilized. So OIC countries are making their best to utilize these, but when we look at some major statistics, we will see this in major statistics. Unfortunately, OIC countries are not doing comparably well when we compare with global averages or the averages of other country groups. As CESREC, so we regularly publish different kind of reports, and in the area of youth, we have regular report, State of Youth report, which we prepare in collaboration with ICYF. Our research team also took the lead in the preparation of OIC youth strategy, as well as the plan of action for the implementation of this youth strategy. We are also collecting and disseminating statistics related to youth. Currently, we have 49 statistics related to youth under our OIC statistical database. We are also conducting various capacity building programs, matching the needs and capacities of our member countries. For example, we will soon organize a training program on youth entrepreneurship and innovation for the benefit of African OIC countries. We are trying to shape our activities mainly on the area of youth within the framework of OIC Youth Strategy document. OIC countries, so another statistics may be relevant to in this forum would be that more than 60% of the population in OIC countries is now below 30. So it is very tremendous, very significantly important statistics. If we do not invest enough in this critical population, so we may have some other kind of challenges, even economic, social, or political. Entrepreneurial dynamism, investment in skills, so providing them some prospects for labor market. So they are all very important issues, but there we have also many challenges. For example, they do not have enough access to capital, or they don't have enough knowledge on the markets or regulations. So we need some encouragement for the youth by the policymakers for them to enter into scientific world, so that we also progress in some scientific indicators. Maybe I can share you some statistics related to scientific development in OIC countries. For example, OIC countries currently account only 4.2% of the total global R&D expenditures in the world. So more strikingly, this total R&D expenditure in China is alone more than 5 times the OIC total. So we are not spending enough for scientific development. When we look at the per capita expenditure in OIC member countries, we spend only $76 per capita, which is less than a quarter of the world average. And the average of developed countries is almost 18 times higher than the OIC average. So another important statistics is that on average, less than one researcher, OIC countries have less than one researcher per 1,000 inhabitants, whereas the world average is 1.9, and the average of developed countries is 7. So these are the input variables, and then we look at the output variables. For example, global patent applications is just below 2% in OIC countries. And share of high technology intensive products is less than 4%. So OIC countries, they account more than 23% of the global population, but their share in major scientific indicators are quite low. So obviously our member countries face multiple challenges in creating appropriate conditions for the youth in terms of quality education, entrepreneurship, innovation. But I think we have also very good opportunities, and such kind of events, I think, will motivate us to work together, act together, to increase the capabilities for innovation and scientific advancement, so that the overall welfare and prosperity will be increased in the Islamic world. Excellency, let me thank you again for inviting CESIC to this event, and I hope the event will be successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Kenan Bakci. Very interesting information, statistics, and these numbers are challenging, and for Russia as well. That's why there is a decision by the President of Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin. He announced that the next 10 years, next decade, is dedicated to science. And I'm very happy to give the floor now to Dr. Nikita Marchenko. Разрешите предоставить слово.
To give the floor to Nikita Marchenko, the chairperson of the Coordinating Council for Youth Affairs in the Scientific and Educational Spheres of the Council under the President of the Russian Federation for Science and Education, Dr. Nikita Marchenko, on the measures for the young scientists support in the Russian Federation.
Good, great. Can I have my presentation, please? I'm going to speak in Russian, as there is a tradition today, because we have professional simultaneous translation, which will tell you about everything I'm going to speak. I would like to tell you about the work of Coordination Council for Youth Affairs in Scientific and Educational Spheres, which has been established by the President Council of Science and Education in our country. And I think for those participants who represent Russia here, which will be very useful to learn about possibilities we are giving. And for those who have come here from other countries, it will give the possibility to look at our practices, maybe to borrow them and to use them in their countries. Our council was established 15 years ago, approved by the President of Russia, and it comprises 55 young workers, young representatives of organizations of science, education, technology. These are universities, scientific organizations, organizations of business, of science-consuming business, which makes it possible to have a complex vision of development of science and technology in our country and prepare various recommendations for state bodies The aims of our council is provision and relaying information about scientific technological policy to young scientists and establishing horizontal interaction, as well as obtaining feedback from you, young scientists, on what problems, what young, initiatives must be raised at the state level so that we can solve them more efficiently to work in the sphere of science, so that it is prestigious to work in Russian science. Because in the beginning of this meeting, we had a questionnaire which showed that many of you do not think about working in science. This is the problem to be solved, to destroy stereotypes that science is not prestigious, that you can say that a scientific career is a successful one. That's why we are working in this direction, to destroy these stereotypes, and at all levels of power, we have kinds of support of these problems. And our Russian president has approved a 10-year program which comprises a lot of events. Next slide, please. For 15 years already, we have implemented different initiatives, and more than 60,000 young scientists were involved into the work of our council. In Russia, in total, we have about 140,000 young scientists at the age of up to 39 years. We have the youngest science in the world, and the share of young scientists in Russian science makes 44.2%, according to the data of 2022. In comparison, in 2020, there was just 20%. Last year, President of Russia set forth the task that by 2025, every second scientist in Russia must be young, at the age of up to 39 years, and we're striving to make this. Next slide, please. I will tell you briefly about the fact that one of the most powerful tools of revealing young talents is the award of President for Young Scientists. Every year, on the Day of Science, on the 10th of February, President hands in award in science to young scientists who showed the most outstanding results, and we are collecting applications and we are carrying out expertise. Several years ago, a young scientist from Tatarstan, from Innopolis, was given an award. His name is Vladimir Maximenko. He developed neural interfaces, and every year we get about 350 applications for this award, and all these works are quite decent and show the breakthrough in the science. And it is very important that after getting this award, the winners remain in the sphere of science and take part in our active work as speakers, as experts, thus forming the community of winners. Okay. It is very important that we are working in the community of young scientists, and building horizontal communications is an important task. Today in Russia, we were able to find and to involve more than 600 councils of young scientists in various entities of Russian Federation, starting from separate organizations, municipalities. For example, there is a Council of Young Scientists in Kazan. On the level of Russian entities, practically all entities have such councils. It is very important because those communities makes it possible to build interaction between young scientists and to establish important projects, and it is also very important for establishing relations with international communities. We have, for example, such council between CIS countries. We can think about discussing such format here because because this is a very good platform for discussing problems of young scientists. Every year, we hold a Congress of Young Scientists in different cities, gathering up to 1,000 people to discuss important questions. Large challenges are the challenges I have mentioned already. And in fact, I would like to express my gratitude to the Hayat Sindhi, which has shown the broader view of them. She gave us the essence of these grand challenges. And this agenda is very important on the international arena. And it seems to me that these are the spheres we can discuss joint projects in, and to carry out joint research to solve these great challenges, which it is not impossible to solve without science. We also use different online tools. We're actively developing a special platform where young scientists and not very young scientists can get the access to different services which can be interesting for today's researchers, such as a navigator on the support measures of Russian Federation. For example, there are scientists which upload information about themselves and can see directly which measures of support they can get to. It is a number of events where we're developing also the surface of digital profile of competencies, where every person can pass out the test and to see which competences he has and which he has to develop, because we understand that every young person can have different spheres of development, both administratively and scientifically. For example, maybe he wants to become a director of scientific organization, or, for example, he wants to become a technological entrepreneur. And all these directions need different competences and knowledge. So you can get acquainted with all these services at our platform. Yes, from time to time, it is very important to get the feedback, and we carry out different questionnaires. And it is very important that the results of these questionnaires help to appear to our positions, to use these initiatives to get to the present and to ask for help at this or that level in the state. Every year we organize meetings of young scientists with the heads of different organizations in science and technology. For example, last year we organized a meeting with the president, and in 2022 we organized a meeting with the aide to the Russian president. It is very important that the results of his questionnaires help to provide the initiatives and next steps in speeding up the purchase of chemicals, for example, because not always it happens very quickly, and we would like to speed up the process of procurement of chemicals for medical workers, for chemists, and so on. I don't know what the procedure exists in other countries, but we would like to speed up this solution of these bureaucratic procedures so that the procurement of these chemicals takes up to several weeks, so that the science develops dynamically and answers the challenges which we're facing. And of course, I would like to tell you about the Year of Science and Technologies in 2021, which was a landmark because there were a lot of initiatives for the large event on the edge of science, popularizing science all over Russia. Young scientists gave lectures, opened their labs so that people can visit these labs and see what inventions are made there. They met school children so that school children know what science is doing. For example, I myself met school children from 3 schools. It is a perfect activity, and we can feel the response of the school children because they know how they can work in science, and they can see that we're the same people who also were school children, and now we're making breakthrough research. This makes it possible to attract school children to science. And administrative trajectory, of course, we organized the special track of science, the leaders of Russia, which recommended very well in our country. And the special track was dedicated to science because managers in science must be also from this sphere, because there is a peculiarity when you manage a scientific organization. You need special kind of knowledge to do that. That's why we organized this track and got 30,000 applications for this competition, and there were 30 winners of this. And now they have appointed heads of scientific organizations, deputy heads of scientific organizations. But there is a large demand in young employees, in managers, for example. If we look at the organizations which were transformed by the Minister of Education and Science, every year about 100 positions are, there are vacancies, or 400 vacancies. And the third initiative is a Congress on Young Scientists. Last year it was held in Sochi. More than 3,000 participants, which was very informative. I got a number of positive feedbacks about this event. And the main drawback was that there were too many sessions and there was too little time to visit all of them. And within this Congress, we organized a meeting of young scientists with presidents, where they could voice their initiatives, their questions to the president, and not a single proposition was left without a feedback. And they were given, the president gave an errands to answer these questions. There was a special program of support, the grant program of supporting doctoral students, development of scientific tourism, scientific volunteerism, development of mega grant program, and other proposals. And so we approached the decade of science and technology, which started in 2022. The main objective is attraction of talented youth to research and development, which will influence the science in the future. Second, promoting the involvement of researchers and developers in addressing the most pressing issues of the development of the society and the country. Our country was always very strong in generation of strong ideas, of breakthrough ideas, and in the development of the so-called space science, rocket science. And today we have a demand from people to see the developments of scientists on the shelves of the shops. And in this sense, it is very important that the scientists look at the demand of the community. And the third objective is increasing availability of information about achievements and prospects of Russian science. We want to see our community ready for these developments, so that the community understands what scientists are doing and require these developments from scientists. And in conclusion, I would like to say that the new formats of involving people into scientific research is the scientific tourism, when people during their touristic traveling visit different installations, different equipments, and become interested in the scientific sphere. And scientific volunteering, it is not when professional scientists are involved into the research, but citizen science or citizens, when people which are not professional scientists can take part in experiments, and due to this, the scientific group only wins. And we have a lot of examples of such experiments when people, for example, take pictures of the comet in the sky, so that the scientists now they can digitalize the pictures from the from these people. That's why such projects are being launched actively in our country. That's all what I wanted to tell you. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Nikita Vladimirovich. It is really very interesting, and I'm sure that it is interesting to our young scientists from our Russian federations and our foreign colleagues who can get acquainted with our experience of our country in supporting young scientists. You have repeated it several times, that it's very important to make scientific activity beneficial and prestigious. And one of the questions very important and key issues is related not just to the science per se, and not to the support of scientific mobility or popularization or promotion of science among school children, but also to the solution of social issues among scientists. This question is being discussed here in Tatarstan. We are looking for different forms of promotion of accommodation issues for young scientists. And here I would like to give the floor, not only from the point of view of Tatarstan, but also from the colleagues of other regions of Russian Federation, pay more attention to this issue, because these support measures of solving accommodation issue need much attention, so that there are targeted tools, just tools, and more mass tools, so that more people can see a social lift in these tools by choosing this science. So just briefly, I will tell you what is being done in this sphere. Yes, you are quite right. This is a very important issue, and one of the issues which, or one of the questions which was asked to a president was the question about developing the system of social support measures to young scientists, and it was reflected in the errand of the president and what is being done right now. We developed three main tools of supporting social support of young scientists. This is a program of accommodation or housing vouchers issued to young scientists. And as far as the housing vouchers are concerned, we increased the amount of money to be allocated 4 times, starting from 250 million to 1 billion. Second, I am very glad that we were able to solve this program. The program will be expanded by all organizations. We understand that we have scientific organizations in health ministry, in agricultural ministry, and there are organizations which are from different institutions. And we are planning that starting from 2023, all these organizations will take part in issuing these accommodations vouchers, and which will include the faculty of universities which were not able to take part in this program. And now I'm expecting 2 more important changes in this program. First of all, expansion of the age of young doctors of sciences from 40 to 45 years, because we have only 2% of doctors of sciences, which will make this more affordable. And what is also very important, the conditions of this program presuppose 5-year work experience to be eligible to getting this accommodation voucher. So we would like to change this 0+7, which will make it possible for the scientists right after doctoral studies be eligible for this accommodation voucher. And we will be able to attract more doctoral students. At the same time, the number of people who will be eligible for this program will increase, and additionally, we will take into consideration their scientific achievements, because this program will become also a tool of stimulating the scientific work, because people must understand that more successful scientists will be able to take part in this program. And at the same time, there is also a beneficial mortgage program for scientific workers. which will be more affordable for all those people. Thank you very much.
Nonetheless, here we are quite aware of the fact that we need more. And then I was instructed by young scientists to be more active here. And here I'm speaking on their behalf, not only on behalf of the government, but so I'm quite aware that at the regional level, being on your own and these strategic goals of the country-wise, not region-wise, it's very hard to address. You know, these the square meter cost went up, and undoubtedly we are competing today with such spheres as the trade, for example, where obviously you can easily and quickly make some money, and undoubtedly for scientists it's not the major motivation, but at a certain point it's the critical factor. Stay at the university and academia or choose another sphere of activity. Once again, I would like to thank you, Nikita, and now I'd like to give the floor to the Vice Rector for the International Relations of the Kazan Federal University.
I have an opportunity to present the Kazan Federal University. I think that mainly my presentation will be directed towards those who are guests of our university today. And as far as I know, tomorrow we'll have a chance to visit the main building, the historical building of Kazan University, which was built in the first quarter of 19th century. And you'll have a chance also to not only hear about it, just see it, but also to feel it, the spirit of science, the spirit of research, which is in the main, actually widespread in the main building of our university. Actually, the first slide is a very traditional one when we're presenting our university. This is a timeline. So we're now in the building of one of the institutes of the Kazan Federal University, the Institute of Finance, Management and Economics. We have 16 such institutes in this city of Kazan. And so the university itself, as a big holding, it was established in 1804 by the Alexander I, the emperor of Russian Federation at the time, the one actually who fought Napoleon and conquered Paris during Napoleonic Wars in Europe. So it was established by German scientists who arrived here and established a lot of good, very profound labs here in different fields, starting from maths to physics, chemistry. In 19th century, we were very good in Oriental studies as well. So this university is the first one who started to teach Chinese, for example, in the modern border of Russian Federation. It was the second in Europe who started to teach Chinese in the middle of 19th century. And when this university was established in 1804, there were no any university from Kazan to the Pacific Ocean. You see this huge area. There were no university until 1878, when in Siberia, Tomsk University was established. So this whole area was the area of which we were in charge. So we prepared all the professionals, all the teachers for schools, for all this area of Siberia and Central Asia as well. So this was our main duty, which is written in the charter of our university, to prepare professionals, to prepare teachers, to prepare academicians, to prepare professionals for bureaucracy, at that time the imperial bureaucracy of Russian Federation, in this huge area. And so things changed after a revolution in 1817, when the Kazan Imperial University was renamed as a Kazan State University. During Soviet times, we also made very good impact on economic development, industrialization of Soviet Union at that time. And during that time, on the basis of Kazan State University, a lot of other universities were developed. So, for example, here in Kazan, we have Kazan Medical University, Kazan Technical University, Kazan Technological University. All these universities were established on the basis of Kazan State University, and departments like separated from the main university, and these new institutions were established at that time. Now they're operating as absolutely autonomous institutions, very good ones, also attracting international students and doing great research. So at 2010, so this is a modern history of a Russian university, the Federal University was established on the basis of Kazan State University. This was a huge merger. When a lot of different institutes were merged to Kazan State University, and the new Kazan Federal University was established. You know, the whole Russian Federation is divided to 10 federal districts. So where living, Tatarstan is located in Privolzhsky Federal District, and in each federal district we have a federal university. So Kazan Federal University is in charge of these federal districts if we're considering education, higher education and research. So these are main figures about the Kazan Federal University. You see 52,000 students we have at the moment, and out of them 11,500 are international students coming from more than 100 countries all over the world. So this is a big number actually, and if the number of students is considered, we're the second biggest university in Russian Federation, actually the second eldest university. After Moscow State University, Kazan University is the second eldest in the modern borders of Russia. You see, this is the structure. I don't ask you to read all this, what is written on this slide, but I just want to highlight that we have three main categories of institutes: those who are in charge of natural science, and we have good institutes in medicine and biology, in geology and petroleum technologies. We have our own university clinic, and also very good Institute of Chemistry. Actually, Kazan is considered to be the mother of organic chemistry. The university is a mother of organic chemistry, which was very well developed in the late 19th century by our chemists. So the second category of institutes related to physics, mathematics, and IT. Very good institutes in IT we have, and we also have very strong background in artificial intelligence, in data science, and in fundamental mathematics and physics. Also, you see, you know, we are like a comprehensive university, classical one, so we have very good institutes in social science as well. And you see this right column, those are all institutes which are in charge of social sciences. Starting from international relations, I know that there are a lot of students from this institute in the audience. We have faculty of law, actually where Lenin started for a few months, actually. You'll also hear this story, I guess, tomorrow about him. Institute of Philology, Institute of Psychology and Education, a very good school of design as well in this university. And we're also doing a lot of professional development for the industry here. More than 25,000 professionals undergo professional development each year in this university. Also, we have some branches in other cities of the Republic of Tatarstan, and this year we opened one branch in Uzbekistan near Tashkent. Also, in the structure of university, there are schools, general education schools. There are two lyceums, one general school, and also we have a kindergarten, which is in charge of the children with autism syndrome. They are dealing with this syndrome very successfully. Also, these are research priorities of Kazan Federal University. I just want you to get acquainted with them. They're related to genomic and post-genomic technologies, to energy transition and geology and petroleum engineering itself. Also, the material science, IT, and artificial intelligence, as I told you, and everything related to social science, to education, and to digital humanities, as they call it right now. This is the way we're operating here. As this is a classical university, we found a lot of collaborations inside the university. So we compose the project groups inside university. So we don't need to sometimes to cooperate with somebody else, other universities, because we can find a lot of competences here inside university. So if we find an interesting field for study, for research, we just put a leading institute, and other institutes are helping this institute to develop some kind of research area. That's a very good in terms of collaboration, in terms of funding as well. This is just some information about the branches were opened in OIC countries. The first branch is in Jizak, as I told you, near Tashkent. This is the city. We opened just 2 months ago, and it focuses on digital technologies, on oil and gas and medical science there. And next year, we're opening branch in Cairo, in Egypt. So I know, as dear Minister told us, we have representatives here from starting from Indonesia to Morocco and Egypt as well. So we will come to Egypt next year in September. We're opening branch there, which will be in charge of medical science generally, but also physics and engineering as well. So this is a very interesting project. This is some just main numbers of how we're cooperating with OIC countries. So you see the distribution of students, our international students, among the countries from OIC countries. So the first one is Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, our traditional partners from Central Asia, starting from Soviet Union. We're partnering with them very actively. But also Iran is very actively presented in the community of our students, international students. Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, a lot of students coming from Egypt and Turkey, especially last year. We had a huge number of students coming from these countries. Also from Iraq, we have even students from Indonesia and Kyrgyzstan. So this is very good. And some also partners, these are institutions from different countries with which we are collaborating at the moment and with which we have also already signed agreement, and some projects are at the moment going on. So this is a social infrastructure for our university, some dormitories. This is a heritage of University Games, which the Students' Olympics, as we call it, which Kazan was hosting in 2013. So this is a heritage which was given to university, and we are now using these premises as a dormitory for all students. 11,000 places are present there, and 3,000 more are present. We have in the center of Kazan city. Also some sports venues here in Kazan, and also outside Kazan city we have botanical garden. The Institute of Fundamental Medicine and Biology is in charge of it, and we're using it for medical, for biological research, research in botanics, and for professional orientation as well. So we're attracting students making excursions there in this botanical garden as well. And you see, we are very good at astronomy. We have a telescope in the historical campus of our university in the center of the city. It's not operating at the moment because of huge lighting here in Kazan. You cannot see anything in the sky, actually. But we also had another telescope about 40 kilometers from Kazan. Now you can also, you cannot use it as well because of the lighting there. But we established an astropark there. And we're using it as also the science museum, interactive science museum. If you'll have a chance to spend some more days here in Kazan, you also have a chance to visit this space. Very beautiful one. But now we have the operating telescope because we have one in Turkey, in Antalya, working closely with TÜBİTAK. We're supporting this telescope and using it very actively there in the mountains of Antalya. We also have one in the mountain of Caucasus, a very good one. Also, you see those guys with the camera. They were here actively running across the roads, but we have our own university television, TV channel, operating 20 hours per 7 days. So a very good one. You can maybe, if you are staying in a hotel and you are clicking the remote control, maybe you will find it there as well, because it's present in satellite, in cable, and they have their own YouTube channel as well. So the news and information about this forum will be on our university media soon. So these are just overview of our labs we have here, but as I know, during your sections you will have a chance to visit our labs as well during the excursion, the tour across our institutes. These are just several projects which we are conducting at the moment. These are related to hydrogen, another one's related to genomics. We also have a very good established one advanced engineering school in Nabережные Челны city. This is a city about 200 kilometers east from Kazan, about 3 hours by car. And at that city, a big truck manufacturer is located, Russian, KAMAZ, maybe you've heard about it, many-time winner of Paris-Dakar racing team. And with them we established this advanced engineering school, very actively developing at the moment. Also, we have our own university technology park. This is a park for startups, for entrepreneurs, also students who want to develop their own startups. They have residence there. And I just want to also show you some information about our presence in the subject rankings. You see that at the moment the university is at 322nd place in QS ranking, present at 18 subject rankings as well. And if we're talking about the emerging Europe and Central Asian countries, we're 28 according to this ranking at the moment. And you see different subject fields which are present on the slide, and our place in the world in this subject field. So you see we are going quite broadly, developing a lot of different subject fields. So this is information about our university. We are supporting quite actively youth innovation and research done by young scientists. Some of these initiatives are supported by the federal government, and we are really thankful for that. You see, we have programs of recruiting our own young scientists to university. More than 115 graduates are now taking the research positions at KFU, and the salary grows from the federal government. They support these employers. And also there is some information on the way we support youth here in KFU. KFU is one of the best universities in Russia if the youth policy is considered. We have many time winners of the Russian National Student of the Year award, and a lot of sports teams, cultural events are taking place in this university, and we're really good at that, extracurricular activities. So this is festivals we're also conducting here in this university to attract young scientists, to attract actually students from schools to science, and we are conducting these events to present them university, our labs, to open them to. We are conducting some, lectures on in different subject fields, just to attract them to science and to get them acquainted with the university and opportunities higher education gives to them. Like the last one and this one, the Discovering the World of Science, also one of the festivals we are conducting in our university each year. And also there was a short presentation about the group of students. We have in our university, we have more than 120, I guess at the moment, so-called young research groups in this university in which students are involved. So the main actors there in these groups are students. They're conducting kind of research in the fields they're interested in, and we noticed that international students are not very active there in these groups, and we established some groups especially for international students because they can speak English there, because not all students coming to this university are very good at Russian language, for example. We have more than 25 programs here which are conducted in English language in this university. So we want to attract those students, and we established special scientific groups for them, research groups for international students. And they're very good now and developing very actively. So we think that this information will be useful for you. So you will get more information about the Kazan Federal University, the way we operate, the way we conduct research here, the way we support young scientists here, and the way we organize our international relations as well. So thank you very much for coming to our university, and I hope that these days you'll spend here will be fruitful for you, and you will remember these days through all your life. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. Большое спасибо, Самирхан Булатович. Если бы я не закончил Казанскую.
Thank you very much. Unless I finish the Kazan University, probably I can enroll one more time and finish it one more time, because it's just an amazing adventure, and I'm filled with a proud. There are a lot of opportunities for implementation, for tapping your capacity in terms of scientific projects and your personal growth. We wish the prosperity and well-being to Kazan University. And in the end of the plenary session, I would like to give the floor to Elmira Habibulina. So the Dean of the Higher School of International Relations and Oriental Studies of the Institute of International Relations. So whatever is related to foreign students and international relations, it is Institute number 1, and I would like to unveil certain mystery, because you probably don't know that. A week ago, there was a discussion with a rector, with Lenar Safen, with the rector of university, concerning new initiative, together with a federal agency, Rosmolodezh, Ministry of Education and Science of Russia, on establishment of so-called competence center on the basis of the International Youth Center here in the Republic of Tatarstan. And I'm sure that we'll be working closely with the Institute of Foreign Relations. Dear panel, dear participants and guests, I would like to welcome everyone. A few minutes of your attention, I would like to share the activity of the International Relations Institute. As Mr. Timurkhanov said, a great number of students are studying here, and a major part of them studying at the Institute of International Relations.
Currently, there are more than 1,000 students from 52 countries, and the most number of the students come from Eastern Muslim countries. And as we have told you, the Institute of International Relations, as the Kazan Federal University, is a platform for organizing large, important international and Russian events. And they are very frequent here, and just from September to November, we organized 4 forums, and I would like to tell you about 2 of them. In September, Kazan University and the Institute of International Relations opens its doors for Islam in multicultural world, and 2 weeks later we opened the platform of Russia-Africa, where we had the opening and large number of events. The Forum of Islam in Multicultural World is one of the most authoritative expert platforms in Islamic studies and interconfessional concord and important problems of modern Islamic Ummah of Russia, starting from education to deviations among worshippers. And the 3rd International Forum Russia-Africa also was held under auspices of the Secretariat of Russia-Africa, headed by a special ambassador, Oleg Ozerov. These events traditionally discuss broad number of issues related to the development of relations of Russia with African and African studies, African linguistics, study of Islamic cultures, and relations of Russia and Islamic countries. I would like to quote Oleg Ozerov, who said, speaking at the opening, African studies start becoming more and more important in the world sphere, and it's not possible to ignore them because the GDP of Africa grew 5 times, and reboot of Russia and Africa relations started in 2019, and development of relations with the African countries is defined as one of the most important tasks of Russian international policy. Institute of International Relations is a platform for developing relations with other OIC countries. Just to list some of them, it's the scientists of leading universities of Saudi Arabia, University of Abdurrahman is Faisal from Amman, and I must say that the faculty of these universities come with regular lectures starting from 2016. And they also organize workshops with our teachers, and for all those who are interested in Oriental language studies, culture, and history of Arabic countries. And it should be stressed out that the professor of the university is the co-chairman of the editorship of our journals. I would also like to remind that in 2018, our institute organized a visit of the Secretary General of the OIC, Mr. Yusuf Ben Ahmad Osame, during the 10th International Summit of Russia Islamic World, Kazan 2018. and he gave a public lecture and said that OIC today unites 57 countries, and its main aim is international cooperation in policy, culture, and arts. And he also spoke about counteraction to terrorism. During his lecture, he got acquainted with our students, with our educational programs, and acknowledged that he saw within the institute the unity of peoples, which he liked most. We must also say that the Institute of International Relations implements the program of international mobility between our university and the largest OIC countries. It is also a partner with Turkish organizations, and this cooperation did not stop during the very important events. So we are cooperating with Istanbul State University, and currently we are discussing development of joint master's program in toxicology. And we have already organized joint world roundtables in the whole Golden Horde history. We also closely cooperate in humanitarian spheres, because there are very many other projects we are implementing in other spheres, with Ankara University, Bosphorus University, Marmara University, and Al-Azin in Cuba, in the Alanya. Professor Emil Kalam has graduated our institute and defended his doctoral thesis here. It's also very important that we are cooperating with Iran universities, Algeria, Egypt, Morocco, and other universities. And briefly, I would like to summarize that the Institute of International Relations is open for broad cooperation with OIC countries, because we have all possibilities and resources due to the support from Kazan Federal Universities and government of Tatarstan and Russian Federation. And I would like to wish you, dear guests and dear participants, fruitful work and highest achievements in science. And most important, good health, and to meet more frequently in Kazan. Thank you very much, Elmira Kamilevna, for such exclamatory mark in the end of our panel discussion, for your kind wishes and energy you have given us. And with this, I propose to end our plenary session and to wish all of you good and interesting stay, to get more energy, to get more time to get acquainted with culture and diversity of Kazan and Tatarstan and our big country. Welcome.